Good afternoon, everybody. I am very excited about today's Bumble and very happy to have you all here with us. We always say in order to understand an animal, you have to become that animal. So here I am in the thicket, seeking shade and shelter from all around me, particularly the sun. But of course, we're going to be coming to you live from many different locations today, everybody, all across South Africa. So get ready, it's that time of day for your live safari through the African bush. Welcome, everybody. It's an absolute pleasure to have you as my guest on the back of my safari vehicle and all the other safari vehicles that are going to be bumbling through the bush on this hot, sticky afternoon. My name is Lauren. I do have Davy on camera, and here I am, nestled into the thicket. It's actually very pleasant. You can see everyone, but they cannot see you. No wonder the predators hide like that. Now, I just want to apologise for the delayed start. Sorry, everyone, but here we are now. Slightly late, but better late than never. So I think I should probably extract myself from the vegetation. What do you think? Hopefully I can be very graceful about it. And here we go. I have removed myself from part of the landscape. We are here at Treehouse Dam. It's a hot day. The weather is slightly confusing, to be honest with you. We've got some dark clouds, some patches of blue sky and sunshine. So I'm not entirely sure what this afternoon will bring weather-wise, but of course we do our very best to look for the big animals and the small animals and everything in between. So everyone, you must talk to us. You must send in all your comments and questions. And how do you do that? Well, hashtag Wild Earth on Twitter, at FC on the YouTube chat, or you can head over to the website, register, and leave your comments on the live safari page. But kids, we want to hear from you the most. We like you the most. So send in your questions via email. And that email address is kiddsquestions@wildearth.tv. Are you ready, Davy? That was fun. In order to understand an animal, become an animal. Okay, we're going to bumble south. We had a wonderful sighting at the hyena den this morning, and I'm very intrigued to see if we can potentially find any leopards today, which we've not been so good at lately. So as I bumble on south, let's take a look at the weather across all our locations.
Good afternoon everybody. Welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve, here where we're sitting at the top of the dam wall by Gari Dam, looking at a troop of baboon where it looks like they're active, going up in a tree, coming down. This is all the active of the day. Probably I think they've been active around in this area for quite some time. My name is Andrew. I have Mpo on camera this afternoon. Good start looking at the troop baboon, which they are a troop in group, and it's all mixed of all the different younger females, males in that group. They're not territorial animals, but they're more likely to keep one group at a time. Hardly for them to be able to mix with a different group where there's a dominant male somewhere else. That won't work well though. time, as you can see right in that tree. It's just sitting, probably feeding on something. Still quite a few of our remain of our marula fruits this time of year, but it's all ending, so Sarah, age 8. So you're asking if baboon and the monkey is the same thing? No, it's a different thing, but they're all primates. So it's quite a lot of primates, including all of his bush babies and things. Are we a primate? But baboons are definitely different from monkeys. Monkeys are kind of like greyish, lighter in colors, smaller in size compared to that baboon, where they fully grown baboon would weigh roughly 18-20 kilogram. Fully grown male, or some female would weigh anything from 6 to 11 kilograms, sometimes upwards. So yeah, there's a difference, and they don't get along, these two different species. Whereas the monkey's baboon, and the monkey has to stay away because they always get troubled from the biggers. The species, as you can see, they're all bigger in size, these chacma baboons. So I'm going to stay put here. Hopefully we see them coming closer and closer to the Kari Dam wall.
Hi, I'm Lisa. I'm here in Northern California.
This is an Anna's hummingbird. We love seeing him because he brings a little magic and energy to our cold, wintry backyard.
In the winter, they politely visit one at a time, but in the summer, they gorge themselves in groups to prepare for their long migration south. As the hummingbirds fly south, over 1 million of these Canadian geese travel the Pacific Flyway from the Arctic to spend the winter with us. They like wetlands and we're in a drought, but they seem pretty happy on the dry bank of Folsom Lake here. This has been a tough year everywhere, but one good thing was we found Wild Earth, who encouraged us to relieve our stress through nature. There's a saying that
a distraction is momentary, an escape helps you heal.
We get asked quite regularly what are the differences between African and Asian elephants. We caught up with Haresh, who's from Leopard Trails, which is based in Sri Lanka.
Of course, size and weight is the first thing you notice. The African elephant is much bigger than the Asian elephant. Tusks in the Asian elephant, it's a very small percentage of male elephants only who have tusks. I was told that there's a theory that the African elephant's ear is in the shape of Africa. The Asian elephant has a much smaller ear. The elephant represents the bush and the jungle in Sri Lanka in a quintessential manner, and I think it's very important that we do whatever we can to protect them.
My name is Steve, and one of my favorite things at Wild Earth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, you're going to have to register on the website. But once registered, just head on over to the live safari page and enter your question under the live feed.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is a beautiful afternoon here at Tswalu Kalahari. A little bit of clouds in the air, which provides us with a little bit of relief every now and again. The breeze is still pushing a little bit, well, actually more than usual, from the northeast. And we've actually picked up on the female cheetah that we've been following from September. That one with the 3 small cubs. The cubs are a little bit of a distance away. We can't see them now. We just saw them popping up, so they actually moved to a different tree. As you can see, this one is not too great to facilitate 4 cheetahs in the shade, but very happy that she's looking well and also doing good. By the way, guys, my name is Moritz. Behind the camera, we've got BK. And yeah, so they look quite hungry, and she's been paying quite a bit of attention to a herd of oryx that's just to the north of her. We'll show you now where those oryx are. Now, for her by herself, because these cubs are only about 6 months old now, for her by herself, it is going to be a tricky situation. It's a little bit behind the bushes, I know, guys, but yeah, you get the general idea. It's a rather large herd of oryx, and she won't necessarily be able to take down that. She'll have to be very lucky or go for one of the calves, but there's always the possibility of the adults joining forces and coming to her. You can actually see her now getting up and, just having a scan over the dune street to see if there's not something vulnerable around. I think she might go and join the cubs. The cubs are quite some distance away, maybe about 100 meters off in the shade of a blackthorn. As soon as she settles down, then we'll go a little bit closer. But as you can imagine, with these cubs now being a little bit more mobile and her moving them around so much, it's not often that we get to see them. So they've grown less used to the vehicles, and because of that, we are just taking our time now this afternoon, slowly building their trust, going closer and closer. We won't be able to stop as close to them as with the males that we saw this morning, but it's luckily nice and open over here. Not much of grass coverage, just more shrubs and so on. So as you can see, even now, when she's walking away from us, she is quite nicely in the open. But they should start hunting in a northerly direction if she starts spotting things. But yeah, guys, we're gonna see if we can get a little closer now that she's moved as well. While we reposition, we're gonna send you over to Lauren. She's also found a cat.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to And Beyond Ngala. We are basically back where Nick was this morning. So back with some of the Birmingham lionesses. At this stage, we're missing the 2 older youngsters, but it could be that they are just a little bit further into the shade there. As you can see, with the lioness actually lying in the sand, her mouth is open and she's extremely hot. So yeah, welcome to And Beyond Ngala. My name is Rowan, and then behind the camera we've got Owen Dahl, or OD, and I'll be your ranger for this afternoon. So we've decided to come back to this site, which is just on our left here. We can't see anything, can't hear anything, so it's very possible that the mom is actually inside and she might be snoozing, and so would the babies. I think it's quite a bit more shady where she is. But it might be very, very, very humid. Now, I was thinking driving here, it's actually tremendous because it's about, it's 11 months ago now that we were sitting here with the young Birmingham lioness waiting for her to reveal her cubs. And here we are, exactly the same spot 11 months after, waiting for a different lioness, hoping to see her cubs. So I've not seen the cubs yet. I think Dan saw 2 of them being carried across the river. Russ, for National Geographic, he saw 1 being carried across the river. So we're not too sure. There might be 3 of them, there might be 2 of them, there might be 4 of them, but we haven't seen all of them out yet. And I don't think we will for maybe another week or so. We judge them to be about 2 to 3 weeks. But these guys are out and about. Shame that poor lioness must be so hot. If I were them, I would just be lying in the river. Here she comes. you're going to walk towards a more shady spot. Maybe go lie in the river. Be clever, girl. Just make a wee. So you would know if this was the mother, if this was the mother of the two youngsters whose den site we're sitting next to, what she would actually do is dig a hole a little bit and then urinate in it so as to mask her scent. She doesn't want anything else to know her or to smell that she's standing here. Veronica, you've asked where's the rest of the pride. Veronica, it's a very good question. We don't know. If we knew, we would show you, but we've not seen half of the Birmingham Pride now for nearly 3 weeks. And the mother with the three youngsters, I think she could be a little bit further east here in the riverbed, potentially. We had tracks last night. The ones you saw here this morning, the others, they are just scattered around. They wouldn't have gone too far. It's amazing. So the one that is framed up now, cleaning herself, she's the daughter, one of the previous daughters of the lioness that now has the three baby ones, the ones that are about 11 weeks old. Well, she didn't even attempt to go to the shade. I think cleaning yourself is a bit more important than cooling off. Often what they do in the river is they'll dig in the sand, cool it down a little bit, and then actually lie down in it. Not this one. She just had to make a poo and then go back to sleep. What a beautiful setting to watch a lion though. Undisturbed. There's no bushes, there's no grass. It's just a lion in the sand. So as you can see in front of her, the river's actually started to flow again. Last night we had about 42 millimeters of rain, which is a lot. The roads are super wet coming down here, so we won't be off-roading for quite some time again. So luckily, the lions are right in the riverbed. She looks exhausted. Okay, there's a big cloud blocking the sun now, but it's still humid. And after this amount of rain, it's very, very, very humid here at Ngala. It's not on the top of their diet list or their meal plan really. I think it'd be rather hard, or a lot harder actually, to kill a leopard than it is to kill an impala. So I think they'd be better off just going for impala or wildebeest or zebra. But yeah, it gets rid of another predator. So sadly, they do kill each other. I must say, it must be quite nice for this lioness that's denning to have some of the pride here. I think safety in numbers, especially for her, if she's in the bush with a bit of a breeze, you can imagine the rustle of the leaves, it makes a lot of noise. Having the rest of the lions here in the river, I don't think anything else is going to sneak up on her. I don't see any other big cats moving into this area. The lioness looks like she might have spotted something far in the river, something that we can't see. Has now lost her attention. Still exhausted. You can see the mouth is open and breathing quite hard. Every now and then you'll notice the tail flicking. There's a lot of flies around. I think we're going to stay here for a little while, see if anything changes. I'd love to see the 11-month-old babies whenever they come up. But for now, we'll send you back to the other big cats.
So, okay guys, you can now see they've all gone and laid down under the same bush. You can see 3 at the moment, so mom's in front on the left-hand side, and then the 2 cubs, just one behind her and one off to the right. And then the third one is actually laying just a bit more to the right, but he's laying flat, so we can't really see him that nicely. BK is gonna, there you can see him. There you can see him better now. But it's amazing how large they've gotten in 6 months' time, eh? I mean, the first time we saw them was, I think it was the 20th of September last year that we had them on screen for the first time, and then they were still flopping around and couldn't even move from one bush to the other without falling on their faces. And now they look like big cheetahs. Still not the same level as their mom. She probably has another, I want to say, about 20 centimeters on them as far as height is concerned, and they're definitely not at that point where they'll be able to hunt yet. Maybe play hunting, yes, often catching a mouse or something like that, but that's all just practice at the moment. Definitely not at that point where they'll be strong enough or experienced enough to be independent. They're gonna have to spend at least another year with her before they'll get to that point, and that's going to be the soonest. Typically the cheetahs will stay with their moms for anything between 18 months and 2 years before she starts pushing them away to make space for, having a new litter of cubs. But just incredible to see them again and be able to show you guys as well. It's been quite some time since I've seen these particular cheetahs. Luther, the largest one, I've seen a lone cheetah hunt. So okay, I've seen 2 male cheetahs take down a blue wildebeest bull. But a lone cheetah, the largest one I've seen them hunting was a tsessebe. So I want to say tsessebe slightly smaller than an oryx, well, quite a bit smaller as far as body weight is concerned. But height level more or less the same, maybe about 20 centimeters shorter, 20-30 centimeters shorter on the shoulder than what an oryx would be, but considerably smaller as far as the muscle is concerned. They are more built for speed, but for a single cheetah to take that down, it is still going to be a tough one. I have, however, seen in places like the Mara and so on, not with my own 2 eyes, but on television, I've seen them taking down by themselves sub-adult blue wildebeest and those types of things, when they come through when the migration is at full tilt. But yeah, I'd say anything up to about 120, 130 kilograms they'll be able to take down comfortably. obviously being more prone to go for things like springbok and impalas and those sized animals. And, you know, in the case of a mother with small cubs, when she has to feed frequently but not be away from the cubs for too long, they'll then go for things rather like steenbok and, you know, the babies of oryx, of blue wildebeest, all of those things. But yeah, largest thing that I've, with my own 2 eyes, seen a single cheetah that taken down was a tsesebe. The 2 boys that we saw this morning, the biggest thing that I know of that they've taken down is a bull oryx. So yeah, guys, they are a little bit lazy at the moment, as you can see. We are going to stick with them to see when they start getting active. Because I do think this mom is going to look to hunt. She's showing quite a bit of intent when she does spot something moving. So yeah, for the meantime, we're going to send you over to Andrew, but as soon as something happens over here, we'll let you know.
Thanks, Maurits. So here we still got this chacma baboon, of course, talking about, seeing cheetah out there where they don't really get along with the baboon, where cheetah don't take chance out there hunting baboon at all. Baboon, they're one of the vicious when it comes to self-defense, most especially when they defend themselves against a leopard, also those cheetahs as well. So they have very strong bites in that, especially these fully grown male. And I thought they're going to come to the open, but they are avoiding us. Or just drop into one of the thicket back there. All I would do is just going to reverse back if there is a more visual. You can hear them. Oliver, so you're asking if baboons sleep on the ground or in trees. So they sleep up in trees at night. And they choose trees that is safe for that. And then they sleep. A tree's got to be a lot of branches, where this combined tree for safety when they are tucked usually get hunted by leopards at night because they can't see well. So we just stop in one of the stream here, as you can hear water also, and there's a little baboon that easy nibbling around. It is probably whatever the flower is going on in there. They eat on quite a lot of things that we can eat and something that we cannot eat, such as beetles. They would eat scorpions. But when it comes to a fruit, any fruit, berries, flowers. So it looks like they're disappearing. So I'm gonna leave them, carry on, search around, see if we can find anything. In the meantime, I'll be sending you across to Lauren with something up in the tree.
Mrs. Batelier is on her nest once again. I still can't see anything. Nothing's moving, no creamy white head bobbing up and down. just wish we could see what was going on up there. Now, as I mentioned in the opening, to really understand an animal, you've got to become that animal. And there's actually a word for that. It's called theriomorphic, and it means to become the animal you are describing. I thought I would share that with you. Davy looks very impressed. Are you impressed?
Very.
Very. Yes, I do like words. I get tongue-tied all the time, but I do enjoy words. To become the animal that you are describing. I don't quite know what animal I was trying to be in the thicket, but, you know, it could be many. So with a 2-month incubation period, at some point, we're going to see a chick. Normally with raptors, and generally speaking, the chicks are born quite altricial, but they grow fast, especially with the likes of Wahlberg's eagles. They grow very, very fast, ready to leave the nest very shortly after hatching. But this will be my first Battelier chick. If Mrs. Battelier here would be so kind to let us see your offspring. Davy and I witnessed what looked like her feeding, bending down, tending to something, but I guess we're only speculating. It might not actually be a chick. It could just be the egg itself. But she's definitely been sitting on this nest for a really long time now. And if the bush teaches you anything, I can assure you it's patience. You've got to put your patience pants on before getting on a bumble. I hope you've all got your patience pants on at home right now. So one day we're going to get lucky. And we're going to see some sort of movement. We see juvenile Batteliers around here. One of the most confusing raptors for me, because they really don't look anything like the adults. The body shape changes, the flight mode changes, the tail shortens, the plumage changes. It takes a while to figure out, that's a juvenile Battelier, but I've never seen a chick. So I think it's worth stopping here once a day just to see if we can get any sort of activity. But sadly, that time is not now. And you can see the nest is very high up in the tree. So we're never going to have the best visuals, but I think once a chick starts to move around, stretches wings, which is a really important part of chick development, we're going to start to see it, I think. Okay, Mrs. Battelier, you have a fantastic day up there. We will be back tomorrow. Okay, Davy, let us bumble. Just having a little look at the vegetation here. Just in case you can see any insects. Once we start transitioning into winter, the insects will start to disappear one by one. The buzz, the hum, the croaks, all the noises that sort of are associated with summer will eventually die down, which definitely brings a heavy heart for me. So as I try and pay attention while reversing here, we are going to send you across to Pinda to say good afternoon.
Welcome everyone to Pinda and beyond. We have found a very pretty bird, which is quite blue and brown at the back. It's known as a European roller. Hello everyone, my name is Busane, and behind the camera we've got Craig. And we've been So we're driving around and trying to find a cheetah, and we find this pretty bird busy patching over there. You can see where it is, it's quite close to a nice road. So if it's busy looking for any grasshoppers or locusts that are busy jumping around in the grass. So basically, we've been spending time, we've been watching it, going down to grab something. You see now it's looking down onto the ground. It's amazing. Have a look how it's changing direction where it's looking. It's really interested onto something. If we had to spend time with it, perhaps it's going to fly and grab something and hopefully patch onto exactly the same spot.
Good afternoon, all station and mobile zero.
Donald, it's very similar with the lilac-breasted roller, but this one it's a European roller. I would say the lilac-breasted roller, Donald, are much prettier than these ones, but it's actually depends which one do you like the most. For me, I do like the lilac-breasted roller, are much more prettier. But it's really nice, even in the background there, you can just see the big mountain range. Just on the side of the mountain, we've got those trees that look like cactus at the which they know as euphorbias. So they only grows on the side of the mountains. Wow. It's amazing with the blue sky at the background there as well. We're quite close to the old riverbank. So if you are interested on doing birds, this will be a good place to do birds because it's quite close to the old riverbank, and there's where you can see the yellow looking trees. Those are known as fever trees. So if you do get time or you want to visit us, you can come here and we'll take a walk and we'll show you some interesting birds. We've got some very, very unique and birds that are only endemic in Maputo land where we are right now. You can see that a European roller is busy looking on the ground there. So I think our plan for this afternoon, it was to look for cheetah, and we did search around that area where the cheetah was last seen. But now we're going to keep driving around here and see what else we can find.
It's the month of March, and Wild Earth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer, and you could win a 5-day Eco-Training Ranger experience for 2. Eco-Training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the Wild Earth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply.
Our bodies are made up of about 60% water, which means that in a very short space of time, you can dehydrate completely. A relatively efficient way of collecting water early in the morning is to take an absorbent material like a sock and to walk through the grass, absorbing the condensed dewdrops on the grass. Once the material is saturated, you can then squeeze it out into a container, or you can suck it out directly into your mouth.
Hi everyone, My name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at and beyond Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through and beyond Ngala on Wild Earth. Send me live questions through the Wild Earth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
We have a baby pangolin, a baby pangolin. This is off the charts. This animal is about from your fingertips to your elbow. That's the total length of this animal. This is unreal. This is unreal. This is unreal. This is like now my 4th Christmas in a week. We should do this more often.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
So we're still with the lions, and that lioness, she was sitting up for a little while. I think we probably went for about maybe 10 minutes without cloud cover, and then this big cloud just rolled in. Lovely. Much better for us. Even brought a few raindrops. But so she sat up, actually her head was up, and then when the cloud rolled in, she just went boom back onto her side. The other two are still very lazy. They're in the bush. The one is actually hugging the bush, I think. So it's a bit hard to judge from now, but I think the one actually on her back, that might be the mom of the 2 older cubs, the ones that are about 10 or 11 months old now. And then the other one's a sub-adult female, so sister of the one actually lying in the riverbed. It's funny how this pride split up. Actually quite tremendous. Because we've got 2 sisters that have got very small cubs now, and then these 2 sub-adults, the one just raised her head now. Of course, they're the previous youngsters of the other female that has the 10-week-old cubs. And then the lioness with the 2 11-month-old cubs. I don't know why the old lioness has taken the other youngsters back into, well, further east. You know, there's been a bit of pressure from the berry males coming in from the east. And so you'd think that they would come back west, where the Ross males are still in charge. I must say the Ross males are looking incredible. Literally looking like they are in their prime. Hopefully we'll get to see them in the next 5 days. They've been spending a bit of time in the west with the Birmingham Breakaway Pride. I think Nick showed them to you yesterday. Candice, I think, asked Dennis, asked how often does the pride leave Ngala territory? That's really up to them. I mean, I can't tell you that it's going to happen every 2 days. I can't tell you it's going to happen every 3 days. Literally, I don't think lions run on the schedules that humans believe them to run on. They just go wherever they want to go. You know, if they're hunting east, because the wind is blowing from the east, they'll hunt into the wind, and if they don't catch anything on Ngala, they're going to keep going east until they find something to hunt. And if that takes them all the way to Kruger on the 3rd or 4th or 5th day, it doesn't matter. They'll just keep going. So there's no real timetable to say they're going to go out of Ngala every 2nd or 3rd day.
now searching for something else, maybe a leopard. All cat species, they're more likely to be, especially wherever they are. Some they might be active, or some about to get active because now it's going to get slightly cooler, and they will be carrying on, do their work, scent marking. FC, I don't know. Well, I'm in an area where I always pick up signal, and so I'm not sure. I don't know what's going on. So we will be checking one of the pen here that is well known of maybe some plants, flowers around, which you often see. So usually in this little watering hole here, there's on the edge of this pond here, there's a little round kind of leaf floating in the water there. There's one of the lilies which grows in the watering hole. And these are water lily. And in most of the watering hole they would have them. Not all of them, but most of them. And they're loved by the bird. It's called African jacana, where they pretend walking in the water, but they will step on one of the leaf and they will be sitting around, balancing. So I'm going to carry on search. I'm going to be sending you across to Ntswalo with a cheetah.
So yeah, guys, with the cheetahs, as you can imagine, with the sun still being out, they're not too active, but there's definitely some intent shown from the mother's side. She's constantly scanning in the northerly direction. At a point, we thought she might have spotted something because she sat up and she was staring off to her left-hand side now. We tried to see if we can see what it was that she saw, but it might have just been, a branch moving funny and her eye catching that and so on. But I'm almost 100% certain that she's going to look to hunt this afternoon. So that is a big bonus if that happens. Even just spending time with these cats is already a privilege. But I really do hope that we get to see some hunting activity. Those cubs are still so cute. Those chubby faces, nice and round, and you can see the hair on their bodies are still relatively longer than what you'd find on an adult cheetah, just to keep them that extra bit more insulated during the evenings, so that they don't get too cold. as long as their bodies are small, they are prone to lose a lot more body heat when it's cold. So it's always better for them to have that thicker layer around the body, just to make sure that they don't get too cold during the evening. You know, as dangerous as it can be to overheat, it's just as dangerous to cool down too much, especially when the internal organ starts losing temperature. Then you've got a problem. So very important for these little guys, especially in the first year of their life, to have that thicker coat, just to make sure that there's always a little jersey around them to keep them warm at night. As you can imagine, out here in the Kalahari, there's not much that keeps the radiation inside, because it's so flat and so open. Not a lot of rocks. Yes, against the mountain range, that's a different story, but where we are right now, it's in the dunes, so it can cool down significantly during the evenings. When winter time comes, that's when it's at its worst, but already we are starting to see quite a bit of a drop in temperature during the nights. The days will go up to as high as 35 sometimes, but then the evenings drops to 16, 14 degrees Celsius. So big temperature change from day to night time. So very important then. Kyla, yeah, absolutely they do. So that's the plus side of being more than one cheetah together, because then they can, like we're seeing right now, have most of their heads down for a considerable period of time while one of them is paying attention. At the moment, the mom is still going to be a little bit paranoid, just because of the fact that, you know, the cubs don't necessarily always know what to look and listen for when it comes to danger. So she'll spend a little bit more time being alert along with one of the other cubs. But with time, you know, as soon as they go over, I want to say a year's age, then they've experienced all of the bad things that the bush can offer them, or should have. And at that point, you'll then find that the mom can also spend extended periods of time, you know, properly resting while one of the cubs is on alert or on sentry mode. So yes, absolutely they do. And so because of them now growing larger and gaining experience, not only in hunting but also in the lessons of life, the mom's life does slowly start getting easier and easier up until the day they have to get pushed out. Then it's all the same thing over again. But yeah, ideally situated to scan for the something like a springbok or a steenbok coming into the dune street this evening. So hopefully not too long from now that'll happen and we'll get them being a little bit more active. But guys, for the meantime, we're going to send you over to Lauren while we wait for these cats to look a little bit more alive.
We did have two. This happens every time one of them flies off. No, that's an Egyptian goose. Sorry, Darby. It's a monogamous pair, and I just love seeing them together. I think it's fabulous when you see them sitting on the same branch, because, of course, they're such fabulous birds. The fish eagle. Now, we are at Chitwa, in case you can hear the running water, which is actually terribly relaxing that I'm almost falling asleep here. And we do have an elephant, a big male, who looks like he's actually been in the water himself. He's rather dark, so he's obviously been splashing around. But he's right at the other side of the dam, but we'll give you a view from a distance. There's one big male. Running water is definitely one of these sounds that relaxes me. And Darby was telling me all about these sounds that you can research. What are they called again? ASMR? ASMR. And you can find a whole range of different sounds, from people crunching, to birds shaking their wings, to water running, to thunder, people opening juice bottles. Ah, there's a croc. This is what we've been waiting for. He's popped his head back up. Oh, he's just gone back down. And yes, you can Google all sorts of different sounds, and it appears that nicely done, Darby. I don't even know what bird we're looking at yet. The hammerkop. I think you are right. Right over the elephant. But yes, you can research and find all these weird and wonderful sounds that different people are attracted to. Molly, yes, crocodiles are very common in Chitwa. And there's one, we're actually eye level, and there's one that keeps popping up and we're getting beautiful views, but then goes back down again. And reptiles are very difficult to sex. Very, very difficult. You can't really immediately... Ah, there we go, Davy. Yes, you can't immediately tell. They've got quite unique genitalia, and there's not really so many external features that would identify them as male or female. Of course, when they're mating, you're able to tell who's fulfilling which role, but otherwise it's not so simple. Is anyone fallen asleep yet? I'm going to show you the mini waterfalls. This is the first time I've seen Chitwa this full. Quinn, can you just repeat that question from Julia one more time, please? Pattern. Does a crocodile skin have a pattern? It's got a very mottled appearance. So yes, I wish you would just surface again so we could sort of give you a view. But yes, the Nile crocodiles that we see here, they do have a sort of mottled coloration. It's all sort of the same colour scheme, if you like. But yes, they do have patterns on their scales. And the scales are very, very thick, which of course protects the crocodile. Their own individual armour, just like snakes have scales, as do lizards. And crocodiles will continue to grow for their entire lifetime. They don't stop growing like we do. And therefore their scales will continue to build up and build up. Okay, Darby, I think we're going to bumble around Chitwa. Everyone is on the radio looking for leopards today. So we're going to at least check Chitwa and see if we can see any signs of any. From popcorn smells in the air, to tracks, to spoor, or just to a leopard being nicely placed in a marula tree. That would be fabulous. Okay, as I search furiously for my spotted cats, we're going to send you across to Ngala with their lions.
Very lazy lions. Actually, the one lioness is now dragging the bush closer to her, I think, probably stretching. And then, yeah, you can see it goes back up. Looks rather comfortable just resting the paw on that. And you often see it with lions, but I think people do exactly the same thing. I mean, it's like you hugging a pillow. There you go. No more. I'd rather scratch the tummy. In terms of shade, all of them could have done better, if I have to be honest. I mean, if they had a bit of energy and just moved further to the left, and the sun's on our left-hand side now in the west, so they could be lying in beautiful shade. But I guess the sand is quite cold with that amount of rain. It should be rather comfortable. Cold and soft. And also not that many flies. And every now and then you'll see the flicker of the tail, but I think if they were lying down in grass, there'd be a lot more bugs bugging them. So far we've had absolutely nothing from just left of us and nothing happening in the den. Now Freddie is out and about. He's picked up 2 guests and they are slowly but surely making their way. Yes, I think after this little bit we'll have to leave this area. Of course, we don't put more than 1 vehicle at a den site. So once Freddie calls us, we'll have to move on. But for now, just enjoy sleeping lions in the sand. It's tremendous to see. So the crossing coming into the river is probably 400, 500 meters from here. And even though this lion is lying right in the middle of the river, it's very, very tough to see. They just blend in so well with the sand. From behind, it's a little bit easier. You'll see the tuft on the tail and the ears. From the front, quite tough. Wonder how this lioness that's denning, how she feels about the pride being here. So it is safety and security, but in the end, what's going to happen, and you saw it earlier, is that one lioness made a poo, and eventually when they move off, the poo will attract things like vultures. They'll actually come down and they'll eat the lion poo. And then when you have vultures flying down, it attracts other predators, hyenas, leopards, maybe other lions if they are in the area. They'll see the vultures come down and they'll actually come investigate. So I wonder how she feels about everyone pooing around her house like this. I'd be quite upset. Just a thought. So I think what we might do is just let them snooze, let Freddie actually come in here, and then we will go further east in the riverbed, see if we can find maybe the other lioness with the smaller babies, the 10-week, 11-week-old babies, see if she's around, and let Freddie come enjoy this view with his guests.
With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now.
I tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
The bushwalk feed allows the camera person some creative license. This is my favorite style of shooting. You have to be mentally and physically prepared. You're shooting handheld in some very strange and contorted positions, always with a straight back, often in the squat position, low to the ground. The creativity comes down to the relationship and sync you have with your presenter. The more you understand each other, the more you'll be able to tell the story seamlessly.
Hello, I'm Marna, your Wild Earth Safari Guide from and beyond Gala. What I really like about connecting with Wild Earth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly, and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the Wild Earth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on Wild Earth.
Guys, have a look at what we've got. This is better than my birthday. Look at that. This is the first time that I ever see cubs this small. This is so special. This has officially just become my best sighting of all times.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
Oh, wow. So we have found the head of buffalo. They were busy wallowing earlier on because it was a nice cool day. Have a look how they covered with mud still. So they still are standing around the pen system where they were busy wallowing at. But have a look at this male here. He's very interested on that female. So perhaps that female, she's on estrus. So he's trying his lucky. That's amazing to watch. And have a look here. You can actually tell the difference between the male and the female judging by their horns. Have a look at the one that's standing behind the female and the thickness of his horn compared to the female in the front. This is amazing to watch. And all other bulls are just waiting on the outside for the dominant male. Shame. If they're all trying to come into this female, you will see there will be a lot of commotion and there will be a lot of fighting. The more dominant one will chase the younger males away. So with the size of this head, because it doesn't seem like it's a very big head, so there would be only one dominant male within this head. So the dominant male does swap around. Obviously, if it does lose the power, and if it does get really old, and the new younger male will then take over. But it's so strange. Just have a look in between the male and that female. There's a tiny little baby. That's amazing. So if the mating process does come successful, she's going to be pregnant for about perhaps 11 to 12 months. Then she'll be ready to give birth onto the newborn. Wow, they really covered with mud. So William, the oxpecker, they don't really, it's going to be very tough for them to pick the tick in between that mud. So what the buffalo will then do, it will go into the nice drier trees, or even there's some few trees around the pen system where they are. They will go and wrap themselves against the tree, trying to take those ticks off or those ticks away from their body. Shame, it's always very tough for the animal because they don't have hands or to scratch themselves. Look at that, a male, he's like putting or resting his head against the female. Oh wow, look at this one. It's one of the younger male. Look at him, he's coming closer and closer to investigate what exactly we are. Yo, he is caked with mud. This is unbelievable. So with them, with that mud as well, it's also helped them a lot to cool the body down. And also there's a lot of flies around this area that do bite a little bit. So that will help them as well. So perhaps because now it's getting nice and it's getting late in the afternoon, they're gonna graze along here and perhaps find a nice spot to have to sleep for a night, because they classify as the animals that are known as crepuscular, which is the animal that active early hours of the morning and late in the afternoon. Wow, it's really nice to see the different sizes as well. So they're all nice and relaxed. Yes, tell me, they do. You can see why they call them Dagga boy. It's because they're spending a lot of time wallowing in the mud. And what might spook them, it's if the pride of lion does come here, then they'll all like rush or run away. And perhaps after that face the predator. Although our lions, they don't really go for buffaloes because our lions, they don't really go for buffaloes. They rather prefer the nice, easier prey like nyalas and impalas, and there's vorapis, warthog, and zebras. So I think after this we're gonna slowly start heading to the direction where the lions were found this morning and try to find the lions again.
Thanks, Busani. Yeah, from the buffalo now, and we got a very interesting antelope as a kudu in this open area, but along with the impalas. So it's such a great collective of all the groups here of impalas and the kudu at the same time, where kudu now they prefer plants more than grass. And we've seen that kudu, always watching him. It's the young male, maybe 2 years, above 2 years, somewhere there. And he's actually feeding on a plant, not a grass. So we watch him pick up plants, and that's what he's feeding on there. So they are browser most. They can take grass, but they're mainly browsers. He's already starting to gain a ridge underneath of the throat, his throat, so that a little beard hanging down. There's a ridge, but also the top of these humps, also another mane that remain up, that present a male kudu. But it's not yet big enough. So it's probably isolate from the females. Ali, you say it's a beautiful kudu. Yeah, indeed it is. And it's well brave enough to be able to actually be around impalas where it's probably one of the safety way of being survive out here in this bush. Where when you're alone, of course you isolate yourself out there. Nobody help you for lookout. When the time goes, you will leave them. You would go separate way. Probably find their other brothers farther out there, where males they usually group up as a number of animals in a group, bachelor group. So I'm gonna check around, also listening around here. If there is an alarm call or anything for cats, I'm gonna be sending you across to Lauren, also who she has a herd.
A beautiful breeding herd of elephants. There's nothing quite like it. I love seeing a lone bull, but really nothing compares to seeing a breeding herd. And of course, when people think of elephants, not only do they think of size, they think of intelligence. Elephants are highly intelligent, and a lot of people assume that. I think all animals are intelligent as they need to be, but when when asked to think of an intelligent animal, most people will say dolphin or elephant. And when you study animal intelligence, one of the theories about humans, why are humans so exceptional? A lot of people say that it's because we have more neurons. But let's put this into context. Humans are said to have 100 billion neurons. Chimps are said to have around 30 billion. A mouse is said to have around 0.07 billion. And elephants are said to have around 260 billion neurons, which is over 3 times that of humans. Now that's just one of the many theories when it comes down to intelligence. Science does not always agree. It's also not just... I thought I heard a vocalization there. Oh, this one's got a grass hat. It's about to walk in front of the vehicle. I love it when they put grass on their heads. Oh, the youngsters are coming. Davy, there's a little scrub here and there. Look, can you see him? Just watching all the elephants. I think he's pretty safe. Little versus large. Now, one good thing is that they've headed into Chitwa, so I wonder if they're all going to the dam. Swimming elephants is definitely on my to-do list today. But I think once again, as always, I'm blocking the road. I need to get better at this. I'm just going to move out the way, and then I think we're going to try and maybe go all the way back down to Chitwa Dam and see if they go for a drink. It's definitely not as hot as it has been, but the temperatures are high and they will need a drink at some point. Chitwa Dam is a perfect place to be. Aubrey drove past me when I was in the tree this morning, just adding to the fact that he thinks I'm crazy. Okay, they're all heading into Chitwa. They might not go to the dam, of course, but there's a chance they might. Oh, they're all drinking at this little pan here. Excellent, excellent. Let's just go in here, Davy. They're actually not drinking, they're feeding. How is this? Oh, we know this female. Well spotted, Davy. You see that the tusk is twisted the wrong way round. We know this female. We do recognize some of the herds. Of course, you recognize them through visible key features. A missing tusk or a torn ear. A broken leg. We know this female. Yeah, they're definitely heading towards the dam. Okay, let's go around and see if we can catch up with them and follow them all the way to the dam. They can smell water from miles and miles away. And elephants are very fussy drinkers. They like clean water, not stagnant water that's potentially covered in algal blooms. Justine, yes, elephants are very water dependent. They need water every single day and lots of it. And this is because they're very, very poor at digesting the food that they eat. They don't have such an efficient digestive system. They're eating very fibrous sort of vegetation that's full of cellulose. It's not so easy to break down. So in order to make it a little bit easier, they need water. And the water can help aid that digestive process. And of course they're huge. Not that you all didn't know that, but they're large animals. They need to hydrate in a very hot environment. I can see a little one having a mud wallow there, Davy. Let's try and see if we can go around. There's nothing quite like a baby elephant sighting. Okay, they're all at this little pan here. I just want to be really careful and drive extremely slowly. Ah, there she is. You see her, Davy. Many of you are thinking that this is Fang. I think you could be right. She's got two tusks. One is sort of in the normal position and one just appears to be almost back to front, completely twisted round. I don't know how that could happen other than during the growth stage. I mean, teeth don't really just twist around. I had braces to sort all of that out when I was a teenager, but of course elephants don't. So if you have a look, both her tusks are facing in opposite directions. And of course, she's found something delicious and not given a view of her tusks. This is a very large herd. Do you see? Look at that. And the one on the left, the one that's in the sort of normal position, is much shorter. And that's because that's the only option, the only tusk that she has to use when digging up soil or debarking trees. So that'll be the master tusk because it's the only tusk that she actually can use. Wow, she's right in front of the car. Okay, as I watch this wonderful elephant herd, we're going to send you guys across to Busani. Okay, I believe you are still with us. So let's just drive ahead a little bit and try and see if we can catch up with them. There's lots of little ones in this herd. Okay, let's just stop here. Definitely going to the dam. I love seeing an elephant herd where you can see all the different age groups. From the real youngsters that are slightly unsteady on their feet, to the older ones, to the teenagers, to the adults, to the real matriarchs. And to age an elephant, it's best to look at their size, really, but it's not easy. It's really not easy. You can only sort of gauge the age, if you like, rather than specifically age them. And the best thing to look at is size and sort of body shape. As the cows and the bulls get older, their body shape changes ever so slightly, as well as their skin. But you'd have to look really, really closely to be able to look at these details. Isn't this lovely to see this herd again? Jenny, you're 7 years old and you're asking about elephant tusks. And normally you will sort of start to see the tusks growing in an elephant at about 2 years old, give or take. But sometimes you get tuskless elephants, believe it or not, where their tusks just never grow. It's normally a genetic thing. But the tusks, they do have tusks which are just modified teeth present at birth. And they are just milk tusks, just like we have baby teeth or milk teeth, whatever you want to call them, that fall out. And the fairy the tooth fairy comes. My tooth fairy was called Fair Enough. She was very good to me. And then the adult tusks start to come through, and that's normally at around 2 years old. But they start growing inside. It's almost like an iceberg. So just under the eye socket, they'll start to grow. But it's only when they actually protrude from the mouth that we will be able to see them. Okay, I'm going to keep up with this herd because I am convinced they're going to head to the dam.
Wild Earth explorer Jenny recently joined Tristan as he broadcast live from Djuma.
Awesome to kind of have a guest on board. I'm looking forward to this. This is Jenny.
Hi everyone.
And Jenny is the first of our Ticket to Dream holders.
If you want to go on safari with a Wild Earth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Literally being with Tristan on the vehicle today has been incredible. It has truly been a dream come true.
Sign up to be a Wild Earth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
I would highly recommend being a part of the Explorer program and being able to be a part of an interactive live drive.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how Wild Earth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for Wild Earth. We love connecting you to the African bush and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on Wild Earth.
Look at this, the little one is up and about. Certainly hasn't had enough milk at this age. No amount of milk is enough. Oh, Corky. Too sweet. Oh, look at this. That is stunning.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
Great, so we got it looks like for now single. A dwarf mongoose sitting right on top of that patch or a small mound, termite mound, which is probably abandoned a long time ago by termites. There's quite a lot of holes in this, so it's probably it's a home there for these mongoose, but there's only one for now. Got to be more of them around. This is how they do. With the rest of them, they will be feeding, foraging through grasses. One would be a center right up, just for a lookout, for safety. So the colony of mongoose could get up to anything from 15 to 18, 20, possibly 30 in groups colony. So where it's sitting, looking out for a bird of prey, anything. Could be any snake that would really definitely gonna kill it, but wouldn't worry much about that. But they would worry about the leopard and the bird of prey, which is the most eagle. If you spot any of those, then give a shout as an alarm call for the rest to be well aware of her. Richard, age 12. So you're asking if do mongoose make sound? Yes, they do. And they do actually make quite a few sound. And those sound mainly are communication sound. But a few of the other sound, they're alarm call for whoever responding to them, threaten them. And they will be shouting about that call. It's paid attention by a lot of other different birds around. They're all aware of the sound like that. And they also check out for any danger to see where it comes from. So they do make sound. In that case, they also had a relationship with drongos and hornbills, which those are the birds associate with these creatures, but looks like now none of them around. That's why there's one sitting on top checking out for a safety. When these hornbills and the drongs around him, this bird could do a lookout for these creatures as they forage. So I'm going to leave this single mongoose. Hopefully the rest of the others around and they're all doing fine. I'm going to be sending you across to Busani, who he found what he was looking for.
Welcome back, everyone. We have found a mother lion with two calves, but the calves are quite old now. They're getting to I think now they're about 9 to 10 months old. Have a look at the one that's feeding. He's getting right inside there. Wow, that's amazing. Look at him. He's full of blood. So he's busy drinking the blood inside that water. I've caught a warthog. Wow. That's so strange, the way they... Are we gonna spend time here around with these lions and see what they're gonna do? But because they've got a male here, or they have caught a warthog, it seems like they're not gonna go anywhere.
Thanks, Busani, again. We're still sitting here having decided to, well, we're about to move, but then these mongoose actually move off and come back, stand on their hind legs, look around. So we sometimes, if there is something, you would definitely see it. We're out here, we're looking for most cats. But then it's not any of a communication sound, though, to let the others know that is a danger. It's probably maybe nothing yet. Vertebrates. Those are a centipede. Most are like geckos, skink as well. So they feed on quite a few different species. Around the humans' habitations, building. If you don't always get them away, they probably always come close to your garden, enter your garden. Somehow they would be looking for a cricket, which is all an insect. For that, they will be digging around. Probably damage your garden a little, but after that you wouldn't worry too much about any crickets. We know they destroy a garden though. But when these guys arrive, everything's going to be sorted for that week. They're there. See next, so you're asking if I ever seen these dwarf monks feeding on a termite itself. So I haven't actually seen that, but they do. But I actually haven't seen them eat. I always find them on an older abandoned termite mound, just like that we're looking at right now. And they're all dino animals. They move during the daylight. And then now it's going to get dark, so they will probably, the whole member will come back here to join that one that is there. Okay, so you're asking why would a termite abandon their mound? It's a few accidents that happened. Usually when a queen dies, resulting in mound collapse. If she just died of an accident, then there's nobody breed, give birth to these young, to be able to carry on with these building and on until the mound get big enough. So this is when the queen die urgently, where maybe these aardvark and eater that we have around here dig around the mound, get into the bottom and get hold of her as the queen killed her. Then there would be no chance for another queen to take over. That was an emergency. Death. And that's why the mound collapsed. Because all of the soldiers and the workers will die slowly, all of them. Nobody replaced them. There's nobody giving birth. And that reproduction, it's only done by queen and a king. That's why we see all the mounds sustained bigger enough over the years. They've been rebuilding up and up because she survived. She only lived probably anything from 9 to 15 years. But if she die of an older age, it's a very interesting fact that how the second queen is pointed to be taken over the whole termite will be chosen one of the. Oh, he's up looking around with a hind leg like that. Oops. So you're asking if do we have a banded mongoose in Djuma? Yes, we do have them. And those are the one also move in group, just like these guys do. But they are actually bigger compared to these. So this one is checking carefully. Probably heard something. And it's not lost because then it will be a contacting every now and then. And one of the coolest fact about that is these animals is that when they have young ones, there's a babysitters. So maybe this is what is happening. An owl went for a forage, but it's got to be few of these young male or males that are nothing in a colony. Most of the males are nothing in a colony. They just help us. There's a system where alpha male and alpha female reproduction is taking place by them. Trying to hide away from the leaf, but we can still see it. And a teeth designed for what they eat is up. For insect. Is it probably more than one, I think. There's another one just slightly behind that. See a little bit of movement. Number, can you see that, right? Looks like two of them there. highly alert. It was really cool. So we're gonna leave this beautiful pair of two dwarf mongoose and hope they all get it well defined their survival of what they're looking around. I'm gonna be sending you across to Lauren. There, Elise.
It's just so lovely to see Fang's herd. I can't honestly remember the last time I saw Fang. A very, very long time ago, and they're getting ready to come to the water. We're in the exact same position next to the waterfall that we were earlier, and they're slowly crossing the open area. They've got their water walk on. They're coming. And we're down a little dip, which means that we're going to be eye level with them if they come where I hope they do. Fang's an individual we've followed for a long time because she's so easy to recognize. Oh, they're coming, they're coming. This is magical, everyone. I'm just going to let you enjoy this. We're probably going to have lovely ambient sound soon. naturally they've all gone behind the vehicle. Wasn't that incredible? That was very, very special, everyone. The sounds, the close proximity, and Fang and her herd. It was the right call to come back and follow them. Patience pants and the Crocs backed off. Mr. Crocodilia. He was probably hanging around the elephants wondering, are there any potential snacks for me here? But of course, there wasn't. Elephants are very cautious when approaching the water body. Like all animals, they know danger can come from any angle. The water, behind, above. Wow. Okay, that was just absolutely phenomenal. I'm so glad I got to share it with you all, and I believe Rowan has another incredible scene for you all.
Lauren, you are not mistaken. So we've actually done quite well. We backtracked the lions that you saw earlier, and then we noticed fresher trucks coming this way. And like we said, just a little bit further west down the river, and here they are, the lioness and her 3 youngsters. I think on the bank there, it's a female and a male. Then just on the other side, the one sneaking up just left of Mom now, is another female. There's always one very curious one. Now, of course, us rolling up got all the attention. A bit bothered with a fly there. Big yawn. She looks full. She looks like she might have eaten something. And also, if you look at the breathing, she's tired. Oh, absolutely adorable. There's a lion cub. Especially this one in front, just all curiosity facing towards us. The ones at the back, they look like they more than happy to snooze a little while longer. But this one, of course, wants to see us. So this is a little female, the one in front. A slight bit paler than her brother and sister, which is quite nice to see. So there's clear difference between them already. The little male is already quite a bit bigger than the female. So that's the other female now approaching the mom. Of course, she goes and greets her first, and then straight to a teat. Go see if they can drink. Actually, you can hear her moaning a little bit every now and then. I'm sure this is going to cause the male at the back, one being irritated by flies. He'll probably also come quite soon, come back towards mom. It's almost like he's trying to fight his yawn. He's starting to yawn and then put his paw in front of his mouth. Good manners. There's a hyena. It sounded like that just called, and that caught both of their attention. It sounded like a hyena, not a full whoop, but a bit of a groan. So I was thinking about it a little bit earlier, how Sultan, I agree with you, those eyes are definitely priceless. They are just so cute. But you can see they're closing a little bit every now and then. I think, I'm not too sure if they just drank and then wanted to fall asleep and then we woke them up. But I was saying earlier that, it was quite weird to see how this lioness reacts to the rest of the pride. I mean, she's had no shame actually running and fighting the other youngsters. I mean, she literally whacks them around every now and then if they get too close to the youngsters. And if you remember last year when the younger lioness introduced her first 2 youngsters to the pride, she would only growl. She never actually hit any of them. She wasn't as aggressive. So I wonder if it's because it's her first litter, if, she's only 2 years older than the rest of the youngsters. Now I'm including the white male in that, just to clarify which age I'm talking about. But this lioness has been very aggressive. Any single time the older youngsters get close to these, you can see the eyes drooping and she's actually starting to fall asleep. Yeah, she has no shame defending them. I'm very, very, very happy we found them. Also in the river. Also a nice and cool spot. Of course, it's safer for her being in the river because she can see everything around her. She can hear everything around her. And if there is danger, the cubs would just run into very, very, very thick vegetation and she'll try and ward off the danger. It's funny watching the one drink. It's almost like she wants to drink on her back. You can just see one of the paws kick up a little bit. I think in a little while she'll probably start pushing. There we go, on her back. She's having the best time ever, living your best life. See the paw actually pushing the teat to try for small milk. How adorable is that little paw? Legend. She's now, she tested the other teat, but decided she likes the one. Okay, so we're going to sit here for a while. I'll tell Fred about them and then see how long we can spend here. But for now, you're going up back to Maurits, who found his cheetah again.
Alrighty guys, so yeah, these cheetahs are a lot more mobile than earlier, which is great. The unfortunate thing is they keep chasing us around because they're moving directly west, so every time they go over a dune crest, we need to pop back onto the road, go around, and then come and locate them again. So that is most likely, yeah, that's definitely what we are going to do now. But yeah, very cool to have them moving now. They've paid some close attention to some eland in the last 5 to 10 minutes. But, I mean, obviously that's a little big for them. So, yeah, we are going to quickly just pop around and see if there's not maybe on the other side of this dune something smaller for them to look to hunt. But very happy that they are active now and, looking to find something to go for. This female looks very hungry. Gabriella, so with the cheetahs, they'll eat about 15 to 20 kilograms if their bellies are completely empty and they're very hungry in a single swing. But typically they'll try and keep the tank like half full most of the time. When I say they tank, they're talking about the stomach. So if they can, ideally they would every second day just top up. So then they'll need about 10 kilograms of meat. However, if they've got a good sized kill and there's enough meat, they'll be able to go up to about, I want to say, almost 20 kilograms for the large males of meat before stopping to rest for a little bit. Then they'll be full. However, it's not every time that they'll eat that much. But I mean, we're talking about the utmost extreme of what they can eat in a single go, and that's about that much. These animals that we're looking at right now, you can actually see them quite beautifully on top of the dune crest just over here, all sitting, scanning out over the dune. Got them just here at our 9 o'clock. With them being small cats still, the female relatively young. Blue screen, but there we go. The female still relatively young. We think this is her first litter of cubs, so probably around 4 or 5 years old at most. And then the cubs still being only 6 months old. The cubs will maybe eat, I want to say 7, 8, maybe 10 kilograms in a go. and then the female probably around 14, 15 maybe. And that's when they're very, very hungry. They are quite hungry at the moment, so I think if they catch something like a springbok, that will fill all of their bellies just about. Well, at least keep them going. So yeah, that's going to be a good sized animal for them to look for, to hunt. That, or maybe an impala, something similar in size. But yeah, you can see how advantageous the dune crests are for these cheetahs. They can just pop up onto it and use it as a viewpoint to scan over the dune street and just make sure that there's not anything that they may be missing. Having that high point helps a lot. And then if not, you'll see them starting to move again. Got quite a bit of cloud cover moving in now, not rain clouds, just a thin layer of clouds which is blocking out the sun, making it nice and cool. Well, not cold, but quite a bit cooler than when the sun was full on shining. And that, I think, contributed to them being a little bit more active sooner. So yeah, guys, we're going to see if these animals start moving. If not, we'll still stick with them for a little bit, see what goes on.
It's the month of March and Wild Earth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the Wild Earth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply.
Well, one track here in front of me, and then one track went right there. I want to follow the track with the cubs. Sorry, I'm gone behind the car. That's very rude of me. I want to follow the track with the cubs. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. Okay, so everybody, we've just bumped into Pride of Lion.
I'm Nikki here at Ambion Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the Wild Earth website, head across to the Live Safari page and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next Wild Earth drive.
The croc is still holding another one there. It's holding from the hindquarters. I would really want the wildebeest cross. Is it trying? The croc is holding the tail. It's holding tight. Oh no. Goodness me. Lucky, lucky wildebeest. You have another day to live.
Expect the unexpected here on Wild Earth daily.
I've been looking for one of these animals for a long time and we finally found one. A very camouflage stick insect. Now look at that. You can see how long it is. Just if I put my porky pointer next to it. And stick insects are absolutely incredible organisms. They really do look like sticks. And that's their camouflage, to completely mimic a stick. And not only that, they're incredible in that the females can mate without any males. Now this is a process known as parthenogenesis, when a female can lay eggs that will all become females without a male. doesn't need to mate. So a captive stick insect, a female, can actually produce hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of offspring, but they will all be female. And there's species on record that actually scientists... Why are you laughing, Davy?
Is that a real stick insect?
We couldn't find any other animals for you. Did anybody believe it was actually a stick insect? It's really just a stick. But
They do look like that.
They do really look like that, though. Did any of you fall for that? No. Okay. However, we do have a beautiful skyline behind us and a riddle to begin. Are you ready for today's riddle? I have it already prepared so that technology does not fail me today. Okay, everyone. Who am I? I belong to the same phylum as you. I have many different names. One of them is named after an X-Men character. I am found only in Central Africa. I have a spine-tingling defense mechanism. I break my own bones to produce claws. What happens to my bones afterwards is yet to be determined by science. The end result may look like a cat's claw, but the breaking and cutting mechanism is very, very different. And the fact that my claw is really just one of my bones, it doesn't have a coating of keratin. But this may not be my most notable feature. I have hairs on my torso and my thighs, although they're not really hairs at all. They are dermal papillae, which contain arteries, and they are thought to help me with the absorption of oxygen. I guess you could think of them as external gills. Who am I? Now I'm going to leave this for the time being so that you can think about it. No Google, everyone. Google is banned from these little riddles. And let's see who can get this right. This one is real, probably. Not like my stick insect. So I'm looking forward to hearing some answers, but for now, let's go across to Rowan and his lions.
So not too much has changed. We had all three of the little ones drinking, and then the one that started drinking first, she's now at the mom's head. And she was trying to play with mom for a little while, I think, trying to wake her up. Then we've got the pale one still staring at us after she had a drink, and then the male is now the only one still drinking. But he had to wrestle his way in there. There was quite a bit of groaning and fighting. He looks very comfortable now. It's amazing to see their little personalities develop. It's amazing to be able to show on live TV how their personalities develop. I mean, the other two you followed from literally birth to 11 months old now. And they've now gotten to that age where they do what lions do best and is sleep for majority of the day. Whereas these ones still have lots of energy. See, she might actually try to wake up mom as well. Right on top of the sister. I think they get a bit of energy from the milk. And there might be like just a little bit to play. Oh no, she looks very full. It's just exhaustion setting in now. Nice bit of food and then sleepy time. This male's trying every single nipple, checking which one has the best milk. Of course, if you're the only one left there, why not? Try every drink. Little black tip on the tail, just wagging every now and then. Oh, I think he got bitten by a fly. She withdrew there. Donna's asking, when do lions actually start eating meat? So Donna, they were on a wildebeest carcass the other day. So they probably would have tasted it already. It's a little bit early. I think every book will tell you about 3 months they'll start eating meat. Still drink milk, but start eating meat. And I think, so these ones would have had a taste of it, but their entire diet would really just be milk still. So I think what happened is Mom might still just leave them in the riverbed here, basically hide them away. She'll go out, she'll go hunt, and then she'll come back into this area, call. The babies will hear it, and then they'll come running out, and big greeting ceremony. So we're not too sure what she ate. It could have been something like an impala. We're not too far from the old airstrip, which is teeming with plains game, impala, zebra, wildebeest. But I think, luckily for her, and we were actually discussing it a little bit earlier, is that her being on her own, she doesn't have to share her meal. I think lions actually thrive on their own. It's better having the rest of the pride if you want to take down something bigger like a buffalo or giraffe. But you always have to share it, which makes me think more and more that we are now seeing Birmingham Pride split off or break up again. The older cubs with the older lionesses, and then these ones with the newer cubs sticking around. I see the little female there in the back getting comfortable. Actually, rather trying to get comfortable. I think her belly's a bit full. The male's now quit drinking, and he's just got his head nuzzled into Mom's tummy. The Mom's not even lifted her head once. So it's an amazing experience that, they feel so comfortable with us around that there was no growling, there was no snarling at us. There wasn't a protection thing at all. Just she lifted her head, she looked at us, she saw, okay, it's a vehicle, and she went back to bed. Don't know what the male's trying to do. I think his tummy's a bit full as well. He's trying to find his spot. Also a lot of flies around, so you can see that tail quite active. Especially his little tail, there's not too much hair left there. It will grow back though, don't worry about that. Actually quite nice when it gets darker. Now, all the birds are starting to call, so it's just that the dusk call is coming on. We're going to sit here for a little while longer and send you across to Andrew, who's also apparently found a cat himself.
Indeed, Lawrence Yon, we came to the sighting of this morning where the dark mane of Walker was seen, and then he's still around here. He hasn't actually been moved far, but of him yawning, maybe he would be definitely going to move or stand or do something. He's got a very beautiful dark mane. As a dark mane Walker. well, he conceived a lot of energy since he's been around here all day today. All the grass is flat underneath of this quarry bush. This is where he would move around, switch around, as he does now. He's going to roll around. JP, so you're asking when would he go hunting for his next meal? Well, look at him. He's not actually a full belly at all. So he's probably, whenever he get mobile now, he's going to carry on his mission of hunting but by himself, away from the bride. He will either scavenge, possibly he will kill. But these are the females that are all success on hunting and kill in the bride. So you're probably gonna tonight go about and probably roar if you ever think of that, advertise the territory, and before he moves out of here. There's all the flies bothering him. And they are also bothering us as well, these flies. They bite very painfully. So when you're with the bride, all the time you would follow behind when they do hunting. Catch impalas, you would run and grab it and take it from them for all by himself. Mandy, so you're asking what type of flies? These are buffalo flies, which those are the ones that give all animals nightmare around here, running all these buffaloes. And they're tiny, but then they are very strong. So they actually gain access to all of his impalas, because they're mud wallows. Lions, they're not actually mud wallows. Buffalo, at least, they can spend times in ponds in these mud wallows. They cover their body with mud, where these flies don't really get access through their skin to suck the blood. So I'm going to stay put here, see what these male do. I'm going to be sending you across to more for this cheetah.
So alrighty guys, yeah, the cheetahs have now scanned the western side of the dune, and I don't think they saw anything, so they actually popped back over to the eastern side and now just chilling on the dune crest here. Ideal spot for them to be looking, relaxing, as well as having a perfect view of the dune street on this side. So with that being the case, you can see they're very much relaxed, but also just keeping their heads up, scanning. If they do see movement, you'll find them becoming a little bit more interested in whatever it is that they spot. But yeah, making a lot more sense for them to rather wait for something to move into the dune street rather than to continue moving around. You know, there's two things about moving around as far as that is concerned. One, they burn more energy doing that, and two, whilst moving, they might also be spotted. It's much more difficult for an antelope to spot a cheetah that's static, especially when they're lying down like that on the crest of a dune, than to spot the cheetah while it's moving. That movement always catches the eye. Lee, yes, so they do face competition quite often, not only interspecific, so cheetah to cheetah, but also between them and things like spotted hyenas and brown hyenas and blackback jackals and, well, leopard for that matter as well. All of the larger carnivores will definitely compete with these guys as well and be able to quite easily steal a cheetah's kill. So even though a cheetah is quite successful at killing, they're not so successful at keeping their kill up until they finish it. So whenever you find a cheetah making a kill, you'll find that they take a little bit of a resting period, but as soon as they are able to, they'll start gulping down as much meat as they physically can in a short period of time to fill their bellies, or to try and fill their bellies before there's any other predators that become aware of their situation. Because as soon as I've seen cases where as little as maybe 5 or 6 jackals chase a cheetah off a kill. And because of that, they need to, I mean, as you can imagine, if a jackal chases him off so easily, you can imagine what a hyena and a leopard will do. There won't be any competition, actually. For the cheetahs also, they'll much rather lose a kill and live to hunt another day than to try and protect the kill, possibly get an injury in the fight, and that'll be their last meal. Because as soon as they've got a sore foot or a sore leg or something like that, broken leg, you know, with something like a hyena, if they just get one bite in the right spot, that cheetah will be wounded to such a point where it won't be able to walk anymore. So yeah, very important for them to always rather take the safe option. You can see they're just paying. There was a vehicle going past now. I had one cub paying a lot of attention to the noise, but they'll drop down again soon. So yeah, guys, while we wait for them to maybe spot something or so, we've luckily got a lot of time still left in the drive. We're going to send you over to Rowan so along with his lion cubs.
Shame they've actually started playing. Mom's not fully asleep anymore. I just don't think she can get comfortable with her tummy that big. But yeah, in the back, you've got the pale little lioness biting the male, and the male on top of the other female. All this is good for them though. It's a learning curve. This is how they learn to hunt. It's just by playing each other. And you'll notice they, poor, just slam his sister down. They either go for the nose or the throat already. It's instinctual. Now keep quiet for a while. Every now and then you can just hear a low growl from the babies as they bite each other. It's very cute. The one sister there in the back stalking the paler one. Not much of a stalk. I'm now fully awake. Got some southern ground hornbills calling in the background. Very deep sound. Oh, shame. You can actually see the flies just above her teeth. So many. Looks like an extra spot on her body. Still not able to get comfortable. Well, that's not too bad, lying on the ridge like that. That's a good question. Asking if they ever hurt each other when they play like this. Absolutely, they do. Their teeth are quite sharp, and that's why I was keeping quiet. Is if it hurts a lot, they'll groan a lot louder, and often this even frightens the mom, and she'll get up, which then of course frightens the babies, and they stop biting each other. But so yeah, sometimes they just bite a little bit too hard. I think with those teeth, I mean, you would lose a finger if it went anywhere close to you. So yeah, they do. But it's, like I said, it's all a learning curve. And if they do groan too loudly, the other sibling will let go. Like there. And they're feisty. Sometimes they get very irritated if... I just fell over. If the one hurts another one too much, the one that got hurt would actually just walk away. It's like they throw a mini temper tantrum. They just leave the area. See what I mean about the size difference? So the male's on the left and the little female's on the right, and you can already see the male's a slight bit bigger. Slapping competition. You can hear the hornbills in the back. Quite that that lovely sound. I think their nest is still just a little bit east of us, and it sounds like they're actually moving east. The one little lioness on the right, looks like all her interest is on the sound of the hornbills. Oh, now that one wants to play with a twig. Just don't know where to look here. I think often also when they do play with each other a little bit too hard, then it'll back away. Then they'll go pick something else to play with, something like elephant dung or just a piece of stick or something. Or mom. It's like the one actually just wants to jump on mom. Maybe back to the teat. Thought he was going to go for the tail. Can hear that groaning. So it was a good grip from the little female to grab him behind the neck. It's very uncomfortable for the male because he couldn't shake her off. He was just grown a little bit uncomfortably. Now the curiosity has changed to us. Don't know what she's hearing. She's looking further west, and she'd be able to pick up if there were any lions roaring way further west than us. She'd be able to hear that. We can't hear anything other than the hornbills. Oh, there he goes for the tail. So she got it. Shame, I always feel so sorry for the mothers getting their tails bitten like that. I think we'll spend some more time here. You know, this female's only just starting to wake up. She'll groom herself, she'll yawn a few times. We'll actually just sit here for a while and see what happens.
Our lives are dictated by alarm clocks, traffic jams, constant multitasking, and countless distractions. The wilderness is where many of us feel the most human. On a bushwalk, we become part of the natural landscape. As you step off the vehicle, everything comes alive. As with any risky experience, walking amongst these animals inspires awe and appreciation. Now, it's your turn to go on a bushwalk. Join us from Pride Lands as we slow down our thoughts, put aside our distractions, and reconnect with a place that first taught us how to be human.
Oh, what are you doing? Are you trying out for the ballet? Now it's an itchy bottom. Up we get. Mom's coming. Everybody's moving off.
My name is Ross and I'm a field guide at and Beyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on Wild Earth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
Hello, Mama. Just checking us out, everybody. There's no aggression here. Very relaxed. A herd of elephants moving around your car like that is truly, truly magical.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
Very good. We've still got our male lines. All he does, it's all about, so he roll over and over again. This is just because of the fly that is bothering him. So I'm not sure how far he's going to roll because he started from way back there. Now he's keep rolling over and over again. Hopefully he would be fine because it's getting dark now. These buffalo flies, they're going to settle down. They don't actually give him a chance. He's probably tired of all day trying to deal with them. I'm not sure where he's going to go from here. Either he's going to go back north into Beverly Souk, where the boundary is not far away, or he's going to continue, follow where the herd of buffalo has gone into, which they already crossed to the west into Aratuza there. Sophie asking if the lion's bothered by ticks and all the flies by winter. Flies, these buffalo flies, they actually all year round out here. But the ticks, not a lot of ticks during the winter, quite a few. But these times, quite a lot of pepper ticks and all of the dogs ticks, which also hearing impalas in the background. I'm going to take it as silent a moment just to see what they've probably seen him. So I'm gonna stay put. Hopefully he gets to move and then we can follow him and see where he's going. I'm gonna be sending you across to Tswalo where they got something to show everybody.
Yeah guys, so luckily the cheetahs decided to come and have a scan on the western side of the dune again. They're actually lying just on the dune crest right next to us at the moment, but that gave us the opportunity to, as soon as we got over here, look at how beautiful that is. I mean, the sun is still quite high, but with all the clouds being in the area, it's just magical. And then we're gonna, as soon as if we continue going towards the right, you'll see there's actually a little bit of rain, but we're gonna do so slowly. Rain starting to fall out of one part of the cloud. Just stunning, eh? Yeah, we live in a special place. Look at how beautiful that is. There you can start seeing the waterfall. Look at how cool that is, how you can see the rain falling out of that cloud. Out here in the Kalahari, because we've got such warm days, when the weather changes, it changes quite quickly. So typically what happens is we don't have a lot of, rainy weather where the clouds move in, it closes up and it just rains for 2, 3, 4 days sometimes. We more have, not thunder showers, cloud breaks like that over there. So you'll find the moisture building up to a point, and then as soon as the certain part of the cloud gets too heavy, it's like they unzip the bag and there's just water pouring down in that specific spot, but quite hard, quite intense. And then it might be just in a small area, like a 4-kilometer stretch, and then it's been rained out. And then as soon as it rains out, the cloud gets lighter again, then the building process will start all over again. And absolutely, you're right. This is like a painting. I have to be honest, guys, the sunsets here in the Kalahari are some of the best that I've ever seen. And every day is different, but every day it feels like it just gets more and more beautiful. With it being so flat and open. And, as you can imagine, even though we've got quite a lot of plant coverage at the moment, there's still, when the wind is blowing and so on, the dust being pushed up, there's always those beautiful, beautiful colors that you see right now on the horizon. Just stunning. And with the addition of the clouds, it just makes it better. And always beautiful silhouettes also, like those trees that you can see just now. Just stunning. It seems like that sun is going to pop out from underneath or from behind that cloud soon. You can see that golden lining on the bottom of the cloud is getting brighter and brighter. So it should pop out from behind the cloud soon, and then that is going to probably make the sunset even more special. But yeah, we're going to quickly just show you where. I just want to see if I can still see the cheetahs. I see one at least, but there's one that was lying on the sand there. You can see one. He's actually, I think he might have lost his family a little bit. Can you hear him calling also? Shame. I think we were looking at the sunset so intently that the others started moving and he might have missed where they were going. We'll give him some time just to relax a little bit, and then we'll turn around and see where they're going. Maybe they're moving, a considerable distance. So yeah, guys, we're gonna We're going to quickly see if we can see where these cheetahs are going. For the meantime, we're sending you back to Rowan with his lion cubs, okay?
Very, very, very active indeed, and very bouncy. So the mother actually got up and she moved them just a little bit further east. And so every now and then when the lions venture a little bit too far from her, she'll call. It's just soft moaning sound. Because there's an elephant to our right. Don't know if you could hear that, but there was a branch cracking, so I can actually see the tree moving, the silhouette of the tree. And now it's caught the attention of one of the babies. He's looking that way. So Mom's clever, knowing this elephant will feed and feed and feed and probably get thirsty at a stage and come down. So where she was lying down is a prominent game path that the elephant will almost most certainly use. So she moved her cubs. Now the cubs, they know there's danger, but it's almost like they just forget about it every now and then they just carry on playing. But if they do venture too far, Mom will tell them. So I can cut it. There we go. Roy, yeah, it is quite common to find lions by the riverbed, especially with her tiny ones. On the edges of the riverbed, on the banks, is where you'll find your thickest vegetation. And like I said earlier, when she goes hunting, how's that baby right on the back? Like complete disregard for Mom's comfort. Just wants to bite her. Sorry, Roy, getting back to your question. So the thickest vegetation is where she'll hide the youngsters, and that is mostly found on the edges of the riverbed because the soil's so good and there's a lot of water. I think that cub's going to fall off soon. And for her, it's quite safe lying in the riverbed. She'll be able to see far, hear anything, and the sand is cool, especially now after a bit of rain. The water table's so high. Can't even see the other two cubs anymore. No, it's just the one left. I can hear them crunching through some bushes. I can't see them. But it's good. I mean, they're hiding. They are deep in a bush, exactly where Mom would hide them if she had to go hunting. But that little cub riding on the mom's back is just absolutely adorable. And I can tell you, it's not biting softly. The mom has thick skin. You can see him bouncing up and down as Mom breathes. Oh, goes straight for the head. Just rockets into it. Fentagle saying mothers make the best climbing toys. Well, that's, yeah. The greatest jungle gym out here. Also now going into the thicket. Maybe it knows. No, the other two have gone. Time to sleep. And Mom will just stay here and keep guard. I actually hear the elephant moving still. I can't see it now. It's not far off. She doesn't look too concerned with the elephant. Odie's got it. You can almost just see the head there, or the ear. It's a bit of flapping. Just make sure I'm not lying to you guys. There is actually an elephant. What actually gave it away the first time wasn't the cracking of a branch. The elephant actually farted, funny enough, and so it's like this bubbling sound. But anyway, enough of that. For now, we're going to send you over to Lauren, who's got a beautiful skyline.
the skyline of Djuma. Our search for cat spots was not so lucky. Not one single leopard has been found today. They're all doing a very good job at, well, being a leopard. Now the riddle. We have many answers. I'm clearly not making them hard enough. And some of you sent in different names. So, hairy frog was the answer. Well done, Jacqueline Austin, Sarah Poppet. Some of you called it the alternative name, the X-Men name, which is the Wolverine frog. And well done, Luke R., Ian Armitage, Sharon Davies, and Yigail Milner. Well done, everyone. And of course, it's called the Wolverine frog for exactly the reason that they actually snap their own bones. Can you believe it? They snap it on the sort of toes, if you like, before the pads, because all frogs have those suction pads on their toes, and the bone protrudes. And that bone that protrudes, they actually use as a claw. But as I mentioned in the clue, it's not really a claw. It's not really like a dog or a cat's because it's just bone. It's not shaped like a claw, and it's also not covered in protective keratin. And science doesn't really understand what happens to that claw. Does it retract? Does it not retract? How does it retract? There's no muscle to bring it back in. So there's a sort of theory that it may passively slide back into the toe when the overall foot muscle relaxes. But because they're amphibians naturally, it's thought that maybe some parts of the wound from the bone breaking actually heals and the tissue regenerates, and then they can snap their own bones again. So it's a repetitive process. And of course it's the males that are really the hairy ones, and as I mentioned, they're not really hairs. They are dermal papillae, and of course when they're in their sort of breeding season, that's when they're extremely hairy, because they need more oxygen to come through their skin during the mating season. So if you don't know what a hairy frog, aka Wolverine frog, looks like, please do Google it. It's rather disturbing, and it's only found in Central Africa. But our window for spots is not over yet. Leopards are nocturnal after all. And we've actually chosen to stop here by Galagopan to listen for any nocturnal sounds. But sadly, we didn't hear any. There's lots of theories going around about Miss Tlalamba, of course. She's been missing in action for quite some time. The theories of her denning definitely are prevailing, and it's thought that it could be around the Galago area. Whether that's the case or not, I really don't know. I hope so, but I really... Oh, hello, Scrub here. Don't know. So it's worth checking. If she is using this area, then now is the time that she most likely will start getting mobile. She's been very, very quiet. No one's seen Tlalamba in quite a while now. Is she denning? Is she not? That's the question. But there's a few experts here that think she's denning in the Galago drainage. So it's definitely worth checking out. Not that we'll be able to see into the drainage. Definitely not. But we may find her. Oh my goodness, the scrub hairs are out in full force. Come on, little one. Okay, I'm going to keep bumbling and, well, make sure the scrub hairs jump out the way, and you guys are going to bumble all the way down to Swallow.
Guys, quickly have a look at how beautiful these cheetahs are now popping out now that the sun is coming out from underneath the clouds. Okay, we're losing a couple of cheetahs just because they're dropping, but they've now moved into the dune street on the western side of the dune. Actually, Mom is paying a little bit of close attention to There's a herd of oryx in front of them, but I'm not seeing any calves at the moment, so I think she might just be scanning to look to see if there's any little ones around, to possibly have an opportunity to go for that, or even just to see if there's not maybe a steenbok or something like that. You'll see just, right over there you can see the oryx standing. It is a herd of females, so the possibility of a youngster being around is very high. So we'll just have to see. Possibly she might look to go for it. I see she's changing direction again. Oh no, never mind, she's just lying down. If all of them lie down completely, we might go a little bit closer, but yeah, when they start moving and they look to hunt, we'll always keep our distance, just so that so that we have as little effect on the outcome of the stalk or the hunt as possible. Wind is picking up considerably now, which is great for them. They will definitely be hunting with the wind in their faces. Well, I can't say though yet. These cubs will just mess up more hunts than anything else at the moment. But yeah, beautiful just to see them getting a little bit more active. You can hear all the barking geckos also going crazy. With the clouds moving in, they can feel the moisture also moving in, and with Carmen, so these cheetahs are about, I want to say, if you had to draw a straight line, probably around 10, no, maybe, yeah, let's say between 8 and 10 kilometers away, so quite a distance. The two brothers actually went back to where we saw that single brother yesterday, by that dam. So they are over there, and we quite a couple of dunes to the west of that. But yeah, these cubs are most likely one of those two brothers' offspring. With her operating in this area, they've encountered each other quite a few times, and the males are always very considerate with the cubs, which tells you that they know that they mated with this female. So the possibility of her being pregnant, having been pregnant with their cubs, is very high. So yeah, one of those are most likely the father. I think with them lying down like that, we'll slowly just edge closer a little bit. As you can see, we're quite far away from them. But yeah, before we do that, quickly have a look at that sunset now. Look at how the light is just breaking through in between the two clouds. You can see now what I also meant with the rain. You can see that's also going down considerably from what it was earlier. But yeah, that's just beautiful. Stunning. Yeah, just quickly wanted to show you that. Let's have a look if we can get a little closer, or just get an open view with these cheetahs. They're hiding behind a couple of elandsbeens at the moment, and with that being the case, they're not too visible. The elandsbeens are those, we'll show you now, those fern-like plants, those very, very green fern-like plants that they are lying in amongst. Not very good for any animals to feed on it. You only really find the porcupines feeding on them, or on their seed pods. But let's do this. As far as the leaves and so on is concerned, quite very high in tannin, so the animals don't really like feeding on it. It would be out of absolute desperation, which would not be the case at the moment. But yeah, all of those green bushes that's blowing in the wind like that, that's called an elandsbeen. Yeah, you can see the heads are still up, all of them still looking around, very aware of what's going on around them, not only for food but also in this wind. They need to be able to see what's going on around them. They will also, their sense of smell and sense of hearing will also now be impaired because of all the smells being mixed together, and also the wind blowing so hard, everything is making a considerable noise, so you won't be able to hear danger coming.
Just look at that. It is absolutely incredible. And as far as I can see, that all falls within the reserve. So it is a vast landscape, but we are gifted with these incredible things. The wildcats, the aardvark, you name it. It just keeps on delivering. It's just such an incredible privilege to be out here.
And when you think it could not get better, Mother Nature says, hold on tight.
Oh my word, that is gorgeous. We are cooking on gas this afternoon.
Have a look at what we've got. Look at how this is the best day of my guiding career so far.
We have a baby pangolin, We're just gonna go very quietly, There's your aardvark. And for those of you who've never seen one, this is one of the big safari specials on any reserve.
I'm just holding my cap because otherwise it's going to blow away, and with this storm coming towards us.
Absolutely beautiful to be able to see water flowing in this volume in the Kalahari. Oh, look at that. You can see the structural component of these flowers. It is perfect. Such a treat to be in and amongst these incredible insects. How lucky are we? You can see how close they are to the vehicle. Very curious.
Oh, you can do it! There we go. We made it over. Whew. But look at that view. That's absolutely stunning.
You can see how they're going into stalking mode. Okay, there we go.
This one female is going to walk straight past the car now. Absolutely stunning. Look at that. I mean, do we just not have the best jobs in the world? That was epic.
So we still have the duck man, but we actually viewing him through the IR light, which is looks like, well, he's still napping there. He hasn't showing of any of movement since all the buffalo flies has gone, because it's dark. This is probably what he's gonna love it about, being lying down in this area. SW, I don't know if you understand your question, but now when a lions growl several times, what does that mean, if I understand it well? So the growl, it's all over unhappy, and it's all about unhappy. When he growl at probably something, and that he's gonna continue growl several times if whatever it is doesn't stop coming at him or bothering him. So it's actually a few of different ways why they would growl when they're in a pride. And of course the cubs play with the father sometimes very hard, and he would growl at them. They back them off. And if doesn't back off, he either maybe even growl harder to yell at them. But also, when a dominant male, he's actually finishing off the small of a kill they have. If then other one they want to share, because then they don't like to share, especially when the meat get finished. The dominant, the biggest one, would more likely to have the remain of a food. Then he would growl for the rest and to come close to him. So this is actually growl thing. It's all about the warning, unhappy. So I'm going to stay put here to see if he ever stood up while we were around here. I'm going to be sending you across to Lauren, who has a find. Here's a little of her friend.
We have found a bird, and I think it's a pearl-spotted owlet. I think we're looking at it in infrared. I haven't seen a pearl-spotted owlet in a really, really long time. Yes, I don't think this is a bird. It's really small, and you see when it turns its head, you can just see the false eyes. Pearl-spotted have false eyes on the back of their head, which is a fantastic technique to confuse predators. A distraction technique. And it helps the bird, of course, escape. And they are nocturnal. Not all owls are nocturnal. But this bird is going to use this incredible eyesight, incredible hearing to look for insects, small rodents. Oh, you see the eye spots? Like your bushveld gerbil running around at night time. Lizards, snakes, even small birds. Incredible predators. It's beautiful. So the barred and the pearl-spotted are very similar, but the pearl-spotted, of course, has the false eyes, but also has a really streaked chest. And you can't see the barring that gives the barred owlet the name. Oh, and just like that, I can actually see where it landed, Dovey, but I don't entirely know. Just here. There you go. You've got him. Did he catch something? He did. Oh no, he's just having another scratch. Oh no, he did. You see that? Oh, it's some insect of sorts. Wow, just like that. Snack number one of the night. I haven't had an owl sighting in a very long time. It brings back lots of memories of Olivia. I'm hesitant to turn the engine on. It's not the best views now, but I don't want it to fly away. The females are bigger than the males, but otherwise the sexes are very similar. So it would be impossible for me to tell you if this is a male or female. At least we got one successful hunt of the day. Look at, you're asking, are they related to spotted eagle owls? Yes, of course. They're owls. They're all in the owl family. Spotted eagle owls are very common out here. So are the pearl spotted, the barred. They're the ones we see the most. We do get scops owls out here, but I don't really see them too much. We had one in camp, and of course we get the Verreaux's eagle owl. They're the most common owls you get out here. But they're, oh, and off we go. Oh, he's up here, Dobby. Somewhere, somewhere there. Okay, now I've lost him. Maybe if I just use my spotlight, bear with me, we'll get some eye shine. Or we won't. He's definitely landed somewhere on this tree. But of course, if it's got his back to us, we won't see the eye spots. That was such a wonderful nocturnal sighting. I am going to search for some more. But for now, over to Rowan and his lioness.
Thank you, Lauren. So we're still here. This lioness now alone in the riverbed. So it's quite interesting to see. She didn't make a single sound or anything. Two of the youngsters just went into a very thick bush, and the one that was on her back shortly followed after, and they've not come out. So I think they know it's darkness. You know, this is more dangerous for them to be hanging around outside now. So they'll rather just go hide themselves and sleep somewhere more comfortable. She's finally put her head out. It sounds like the elephant has moved off. Actually right past where the babies are. I think just moved on further. Can't hear the elephant now at all. Of course, for her, she's an apex predator and she doesn't need to worry about too much. Also, her senses are good enough to, if anything comes close, there's a crack in a leaf or branches or anything like that, she'll pick it up straight away. And even though they do seem like they sleep quite tightly, I think all their senses are still working. She's got her head up again now. She's also struggling to get comfortable with her tummy so big. Breathing very hard. Good news for her though, she wouldn't need to hunt tonight, so she can stay right here in the river. Now I can hear the elephant again, but it has moved further east along, so it didn't come down to the river for a drink. Oh, sadly we can't see it in the IR light. Also, the bush is very, very thick. I think this is the most grass I've ever seen on Ngala since I've been here. It's so long. So that's why we're quite lucky that the lions are in the river instead of some grassy patch. You'd barely be able to see them. Ricardo, how do they teach their young to be professional hunters? Ricardo, I think a lot of it is instinctual. Remember a little bit earlier you were watching the youngsters play with each other, and even at this very young age, you could notice that they go for each other's throats or the nose. So it's basically instinctual to try suffocate their prey. There are examples of it though, where lionesses or leopards, cheetah, they'll catch maybe a baby impala or impala lamb, and instead of the mother killing it, she'll let the youngsters kill it. So it is definitely, they do teach him. And I think spending so much time with the older lionesses, these cubs will eventually just watch exactly what their mothers do, how they flank their prey, and just learn by example. So it's all just, as they get older, they take in as much as possible. Yeah, it's phenomenal. When we sit here and I actually stop speaking and I just listen, all you hear around you now are mosquitoes. They're very attracted to the infrared light. You see a bzzz everywhere. So Scots are also calling to our left. So we're going to leave this very full lioness and send you over to Maurits, who I think his cheetah so ready to eat.
So yeah, guys, this cheetah is definitely, I mean, you can see that body is locked and loaded. It is for the oryx. Well, that's what I can see in front of her at the moment, which is quite strange. I feel like this is a little big for her to go for. I think it's a bit more to your, yeah, to the right. There we go. So you can see it's all adult oryx. There's one, the second one to the left there, maybe that's the smallest one, but I think that's going to be a bit big for her still to take down by herself, eh? Ideally, she'd be, like I mentioned earlier, going for something like a springbok or an impala or something similar in size. If there were calves over here, then that would have been a totally different scenario, but there isn't. But she was definitely going into stalk mode. I think she might have just gotten closer now and actually seen the size of the animals. And now went and relaxed a little bit again. The cubs are just to her right hand side there where she's looking now, all sitting just, I think as soon as they saw what was going on, they might have just stopped what they're doing. It's incredible how, without her making a sound, just by looking at her body language, they know they need to hang back a little bit. But yeah, I think she's realized that these oryx are going to be a little bit of a dangerous task. Not an impossible one, you know, they might get lucky and do so, but the risk is maybe just a little bit too high, especially having 3 little ones to take care of. You don't necessarily want to take unnecessary risks. Rather wait half an hour and find that steenbok or that springbok, or maybe wait until tomorrow morning and get something a little bit more in her league than to risk something as big as, you know, going for an oryx and getting a nasty injury. You know what, now that I think of it, we were talking about it earlier, about the largest thing that I've seen a single cheetah being taken down. I've seen them killing female kudus, adult female kudus, quite often, and that's larger than a tsesebe. So that's the largest thing I've seen. So they can weigh up to about maybe 180, 200 kilograms when all of the skin and bone and everything is still, you know, on them. Meat-wise, there'll be about maybe 90 to 100 kilograms of meat on that carcass then. But yeah, that's the largest thing that I've seen a single cheetah taking down. Yeah, I think, guys, we're going to just switch over. The light is dipping down now quite a bit. So while we're doing this, we're going to switch over to a different setting to get a better view of them. There we go. I think I might actually move a little closer to where she is now. I don't think there's going to be much happening. She's not also, well, she's still looking at them, but I can almost guarantee you that she's not going to go for them. It's just slowly edge closer. They have grown used to our presence quite a bit over this afternoon. I mean, we've spent close to 4 hours with them now, so it's incredible how quickly they get relaxed and not worry about you anymore as soon as they see that you're not posing a threat. There we go. Minamu, so for the cheetahs, okay, so to be able to spot their prey quite a considerable distance, over 400-500 meters easily, almost sometimes up to 1 kilometer away. But when it comes to the chase, the actual chase, they typically don't run more than 400 meters. If the cheetah is absolutely desperate, you'll maybe see them pushing it a little bit further than that. But ideally, they would not want to go more than 400 meters, just because of the fact that, as you can imagine, running at that great speed, those muscles and everything in the body work overtime, which creates quite a lot of body heat, and that causes the cheetah to overheat quite easily. So as soon as they go over 400 meters, when running at full tilt, you'll find that the overheating of the body happens quite easily. And if they continue for longer than that, there's always that possibility of them overheating too much, possibly passing out. And when you're running at 100 kilometers an hour, you don't really want to pass out at that pace. So also, anything more than 400 meters will start becoming a bit more difficult as far as the amount of energy spent to the amount of energy gained. If that cheetah is absolutely 100% certain going another 50 meters after reaching 400 is going to ensure a kill, then yes, maybe they'll go that little bit extra. But also, if it doesn't seem like it's a high percentage of success, they'll just give up and not burn too much energy. As you can see, guys, they're not super thin. It's not like their ribs are sticking out and so, but you can see the bellies are flat. The cubs not so much, the female more so, and so they are going to look to hunt, but they're not desperate yet, so they can go another night or so without feeding. You can see she is on a mission though. She wants to get to a spot where she can possibly position herself for the morning to have the best chance of being successful. We are getting to that point now where the light is also going to be not so great for them, just because with the cheetahs they've got better day vision, so as soon as you've got good day vision, your night vision isn't that great. And at the moment, well, with a cloud cover, as well as the fact that there is the moon comes out super late at the moment, and when it does come out, it's in that waning period, almost new moon. If it isn't new moon tonight, the night is just going to be too dark. Typically on full moon evenings, you'll find them still actively hunting during the night if the sky is nice and clear. But if it's just a little bit overcast, or if the moon is a little dark, then you'll find them rather waiting until the next morning. I'm gonna quickly turn around and follow them for a little bit, but I think with the light fading as it is, luckily we've got the IR setting to be able to follow them in the darker light conditions, but we also don't want to disturb them too much when their vision is a little bit impaired. So we'll just have a look and see where they're going and possibly move on from there. What was that? Close to waterholes. Okay. Baby, so yeah, for the cheetahs, not so much. With cheetahs, they can actually go without drinking water almost exclusively because they get most of the moisture in that they need from the blood of the animals that they kill. Because most of their kills, well, all of their kills that they feed on are fresh, there's quite a lot of moisture content when it comes to the blood. So they can actually survive just by feeding on the animals that they kill. However, being close to waterholes, there's always a good chance of animals coming in to drink, so possible hunting opportunities. And, you know, whenever they can get the opportunity to take a drink of water, it just makes life so much easier. Then they don't have to absolutely rely on the blood of the other animals to obtain their moisture. But they are one of the predators that's probably the least water dependent that you'll find of the large cats. So yeah, with that being the case, if needed, they don't need to be in close proximity of a water hole too much. So yeah, guys, I think we are going to love and leave these cheetahs. It's getting very dark now. We don't want to disturb them too much. It's been a wonderful day with them. We'll see if we can find something on the way back to camp. But for the meantime, we're going to send you over to Andrew, okay?
Yeah, we're still sitting here. There's one other vehicle that has joined. As you can hear, the motors going on in the background. So he hasn't moved. Maybe he's gonna be lying here for another few hours before he decides to move. Is that maybe he's happy of what he has just witnessed, you know, in terms of no other males coming to the area or new female bride has come into the area that he has to follow up on them. Maybe that's why he sleeps for so much longer. I was hoping that he's gonna roar. And then, if that happened, it's gonna be such a huge vibrations. Oops. Just checking them out. So, Lerato, you're asking when would he return back to his original bride? That could happen any time, but depending on how far they are. So, once he's done wandering around his territory, really spray over and over, once he's done with that, finally he's going to call, wait for any response. But then he either joined the Ngoma Pride where there's other brothers with the Ngoma Pride, if they're around, or he would go back to the Talamati Pride, which is probably up in the north into Manyeleti, that area. And I believe I'm not sure, because last time, a few days ago, he was with them. And the only reason he's separate from them is that he need to make sure he work. He done his duty around here. His job, male's lion's job, is to make sure there's no other male coming in, unrelated male coming into his territory. But maybe the pride, they may make their way back this way. Follow him, because they're going to stay within his territory as well. So important. So Justin, you're saying it's always nice to see that he's healthy. Yes, indeed. It's always very nice to see him healthy. And looks like he's healthy then, indeed. He's not as skinny at all, but he's just fast asleep. That was a very good yawn there. I'm not sure if that was a sign of that he's going to get up. Or he's going to go back to a nap again. And this is actually a very cool time for him to be able to contact or roar where it's died quietly and then no much of disturbed from birds noise and that. Wind has all died down, so their sound travels further away at night. It's so cool that you can see the true color of him, tawny, goldish. But for them to be able to separate far from apart, it works better that they have to manage their territory. Wherever their brother is, they're also doing the same maybe. And it works for both coalition, since they are related, all three of them. But the problem, it comes when lazy ant. So you're asking if do lions ever come close to the camp? Yes, they do. And there's a nice open area quarantine just the west side of the camp. They do come in and they can wander around just like hyena got into camp quite often, so they also do. But when it's quiet, nobody around, or no movement of human. And they do so because we also have a visitor, which is a nyal, an antelope that graze around the camp. And they're all just not fear of people. Those nyalas are so cool, but they get hunted by either leopard at night or lions. So it's the only reason they come around near the camp. So for them to be able to separate from one another, it could be maybe very dangerous. If there is other challenge, he comes across 3 male or more than 1 males around here trying to take over this area, then he would be outnumbered. So for them to be able to separate it, benefit, win or lose. When you outnumber, then of course you won't maybe win a fight or any challenge that comes in, especially when you are outnumbered. So I'm gonna stick around here, see if he would have stood up these male lions, or he's just gonna finally lay down here until midnight.
Wild Earth explorer Jenny recently joined Tristan as he broadcast live from Djuma.
Awesome to kind of have a guest on board. I'm looking forward to this. This is Jenny.
Hi everyone.
And Jenny is the first of our Ticket to Dream holders.
If you want to go on safari with a Wild Earth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Literally being with Tristan on the vehicle today has been incredible. It has truly been a dream come true.
Sign up to be a Wild Earth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
I would highly recommend being a part of the Explorer program and being able to be a part of an interactive live drive.
I love being a cam op for Wild Earth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow. My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
My name is Taylor McCurdy and I work for Eco Training. I love hearing from all of the viewers. However, I particularly enjoy those of you who have been watching for a few years. Your questions are just so advanced and they really get me thinking. If you'd like to ask a question on Wild Earth, you need to register on our website. Once you've done that, head to the live safari page and submit your questions below the live feed.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene, rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
A nocturnal animal all the same. We have found one. A moth. I'm not sure which species. but you can see wings are open, antennas are going. No club-like feature at the end, definitely not a butterfly. It's a moth, an infrared. Now, not all moths are nocturnal, but generally speaking, they are. But the sort of clear defined lines between butterfly and moth are not entirely clear. Leslie Ann, I think moths would be a bit too big for a dragonfly. They do eat insects, of course. They are predators, aerial predators. But I think a moth would be a little bit too big for a dragonfly. Although a tiny little moth and a really large species of dragonfly, possible, definitely. But this species of moth here would be far too big. Oh, he's cleaning its antenna. Getting ready to get active. You can see their eyes. They've even got eye shine. You can see on his left wing, it's quite raggedy at the corner. There's some scales missing, and this normally is an indicator when the moth or the butterfly is at the end of its life cycle. They start to lose condition, lose scales, and their wings look particularly raggedy. What a wonderful drive it has been, everyone. Thank you all for jumping on board. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you on the back of my vehicle. We shall